Tonight we will sit with a quieter ache, not the loud pain that announces itself at once, not the kind of sorrow that tears through a life like sudden weather, but the softer ache that comes in the evening when the world has withdrawn into its own rooms and the heart begins to feel how alone it is. Loneliness can be very still. It may arrive while washing a cup that no one else will use. It may appear at the window just after dusk, when a house across the road glows with warm light and laughter that does not belong to you. It may be felt in a bed too wide, in a meal eaten without conversation, in a silence that seems to ask whether anyone truly sees you at all. Many people know this feeling more than they admit. Some carry it quietly for years. Some hide it beneath busyness. Some bury it in noise, conversation, work, distraction, prayer, even kindness to others. And some meet it most intensely at night, when there is no longer enough movement to keep the heart from hearing itself. Buddhist teachings do not treat loneliness with mockery or impatience. They do not tell the suffering heart to simply become stronger. Instead, they invite us to look gently at what loneliness is made of: longing, separation, attachment, the wish to be held, known, remembered, chosen, the pain of feeling cut off from the warmth that seems to gather naturally around others. And yet Buddhism also offers another possibility. It suggests that not all aloneness is suffering. There is loneliness, yes, the contracted ache of feeling severed, but there is also solitude, a quieter space in which the heart no longer experiences emptiness only as loss, but as openness. One state says, "No one is here for me." The other begins, little by little, to ask, "What else is here now that I have stopped running?" This change does not happen through force. It cannot be demanded. It cannot be rushed. A lonely heart is not healed by being told to enjoy silence. It is healed if healing comes through tenderness, understanding, and the gradual discovery that being alone is not always the same as being abandoned. Tonight's stories move along that path, from the empty table to the open field, from forgotten rooms to lamplit temples, from fear of being erased to the strange comfort of impermanence, from the small inward cry of the child to the wiser quiet that sometimes grows where company once seemed necessary. You will meet a woman who dreaded every solitary meal, an old man who had so few visitors that he began speaking to the wind, a monk who remained in a temple after all the voices had gone, a traveler who feared that his life would vanish without witness, and a child who slowly learned that silence is not proof of lovelessness. These are not stories meant to push loneliness away. They are meant to soften its edges, to place a lamp beside it, to suggest that what feels empty may, in time, reveal another kind of fullness, not the fullness of possession, not the fullness of constant company, but the fullness of presence, the fullness of breath, the fullness of a heart that no longer closes in fear whenever no one else is near. So let the stories move slowly tonight, like moonlight crossing a floor, like water gathering in a stone basin, like a soft bell sounding from a monastery too far away to see. There is no need to force understanding, no need to gather every lesson, only listen gently. And if somewhere in the listening your own loneliness begins to feel a little less sharp, a little less cold, let that be enough. Now let us begin with the first story. A story about a woman who feared the silence of her own table and who slowly discovered that an empty chair is not always the end of warmth. If you know this feeling, there is no need to hide from it tonight. Loneliness does not make the heart weak. Often it only reveals how deeply the heart was made for connection, for witness, for the gentle reassurance that our existence lands somewhere outside ourselves. And yet, even when such reassurance is thin, the night may still hold another kind of mercy, a quieter belonging, not noisy, not obvious, but real enough to soften the breath. So let the stories be slower than your worries. Let them move like someone crossing an old wooden bridge over dark water, not in fear, but carefully, knowing that each step is enough. You do not need to solve loneliness while listening. You do not need to transform it into wisdom by force. Only let the heart be accompanied for a while by these images, these lives, these lamp-lit rooms and moon-touched paths.
Story 1. The Woman Who Ate Every Meal Alone. In a narrow house at the edge of a market town, there lived a woman named Sori, who had come to dread the hour of evening meals. It was not that she disliked cooking. She moved through the kitchen with care. Rice was rinsed until the water ran clear. Greens were cut finely. Broth simmered with ginger and a little garlic. She kept her bowls clean, her table polished, her lamp trimmed. Nothing in the room was neglected. And yet each night, as the meal came together, the same heaviness would descend. Because when the food was ready, there was only one bowl to place, one cup, one pair of chopsticks, one set of movements in the room. Years earlier, the table had been different. There had been another chair, another hand reaching for the salt, another voice to ask whether the soup needed more warmth or the rain would continue through the night. Conversation once moved naturally across the little wooden table like lamplight. Even silence had seemed companionable then. Now silence had changed its nature. It no longer rested. It echoed,
At first, Sori tried to outsmart the loneliness. She ate quickly, standing in the kitchen rather than sitting down properly. Sometimes she delayed the meal until very late, hoping tiredness would make the solitude less visible. Sometimes she carried her bowl to the window and pretended to watch the street, though little moved outside after dusk, except shadows and the occasional passerby hurrying home. On difficult evenings, she left the lamp unlit and ate in near darkness, as though dimness might soften the fact of one place setting. But loneliness has a way of finding the heart even in half light. The table remained a table, the empty chair remained empty, and the ache of being unaccompanied seemed to gather most strongly around ordinary rituals that had once been shared. One early winter evening, when mist had already begun to rise from the road and the market noises had faded into distant fragments, Sori was carrying a bowl of soup to the table when her hand trembled. A little broth spilled onto the wood. The sight of that small mistake, so ordinary, so easy to wipe away, broke something open in her. She set the bowl down too hard, covered her face, and began to cry. The crying was not dramatic. It was tired. The tired weeping of someone who has spent many months pretending to herself that she is adjusting well. She cried because there was no one to apologize to for spilling the soup. She cried because loneliness had entered even the smallest actions. She cried because evening returned every day with the same quiet certainty, and each day seemed to ask the same question. How long can a heart bear the repetition of being alone? The next morning, still shaken by how suddenly the tears had come, Sori went to the temple on the hill above the town. She was not a woman who sought advice easily, but there are times when the heart grows too heavy to carry in its usual secret way. The temple was modest, built of dark wood and pale stone. Winter sunlight moved softly across the courtyard, where frost still clung to shaded corners. In the side garden, bare branches lifted toward the clear sky. A nun named Mai was sweeping fallen leaves into a wicker basket. Her face was lined, though not severely, and there was in her expression the quiet spaciousness of one who had listened to many sorrows without becoming crowded by them. Sori bowed and apologized for arriving without purpose. Mai smiled. "No one climbs this hill without one." They sat together on a bench, facing a small pond where the water reflected a pale morning sky. For a while, Sori could not explain what troubled her. It seemed too small and too large at once, too ordinary to deserve words, too painful to remain wordless. At last she said, "I cannot bear eating alone." Mai did not rush to answer. A leaf fell from somewhere overhead and touched the pond, making only a brief widening of circles. Sori continued, ashamed now that the truth had been spoken so plainly. "It sounds foolish. It is only a meal. People suffer worse things. But each night when I put one bowl on the table, something in me tightens. The whole room feels like a reminder. I do not know whether I miss the person or the life, or simply the feeling that my existence touches someone else before the day ends. Mai listened as though each word belonged exactly where it had landed. Then she said, "A solitary meal can become many things in the mind. Not only food, it may become memory, proof, fear, a mirror. Sometimes the body is hungry, but the heart is asking a different question." Sori lowered her eyes. "Yes," she whispered. Mai asked gently, "And what question does your heart ask?" After a long silence, Sori answered, "Does anyone remain with me?" The nun's expression softened. There it was, not hunger, not routine, the deeper ache beneath them all. Mai invited Sori to stay for the midday meal at the temple. The meal itself was plain: rice, greens, pickled radish, hot tea. The nuns ate in silence. No one reached toward her for conversation. No one tried to console her with excessive warmth. And yet something in the stillness felt different from her table at home. The silence here did not accuse. It did not point to absence. It simply held the act of eating. Afterward, Mai showed her a small room near the back garden where a single cushion lay beside a low table. On the table sat one bowl, one cup, one pair of chopsticks. "This was my room for many years," Mai said. Sori looked at the solitary arrangement and felt an old resistance rise at once. "You were not lonely?" she asked. Mai gave a little smile. "Sometimes very lonely." The answer startled Sori more than any reassurance would have. She had expected some spiritual transcendence, some graceful denial of ordinary feeling. Instead, Mai spoke simply. "Loneliness visited often," the nun said. "At first I thought it meant I had failed to detach. Later, I thought perhaps I was not suited to temple life. But gradually I learned that loneliness is not always a sign that something is wrong. Sometimes it is only the heart noticing how deeply it longs to touch and be touched." Sori sat with this. The room was plain, almost severe, and yet sunlight entering through paper screens softened everything it touched. Mai continued. "The suffering deepened when I treated every solitary meal as evidence that life had become empty. The bowl was only a bowl, but I kept filling it with meaning. No one is here, no one returns, no one remembers, no one shares this life. Once the mind adds all that, even rice becomes heavy." Sori felt tears rise again, though more quietly this time. "What changed?" she asked. Mai walked to the window and opened it a little wider. Cool winter air entered. From the garden came the faint sound of bamboo moving in the breeze. "I began a different practice," said the nun. "Before eating, I would pause and notice what was truly present. The warmth of the bowl, the smell of tea, the hands that grew and carried the rice, the rain that fed it, the earth that held it, the many lives woven invisibly into one simple meal. Then loneliness changed shape. I was still alone in the room, but the room itself no longer felt severed from the world. That afternoon, Sori returned home with no grand revelation, only a small instruction. That evening she cooked as usual. Rice, soup, a little cabbage with sesame oil. When the meal was ready, the old ache came as expected. The single bowl, the single chair, the familiar contraction in the chest. But this time, before sitting, she remembered Mai's practice. She placed both hands around the bowl and felt its warmth. She noticed the curl of steam touching her face. She noticed the faint sweetness of cooked rice, the scent of ginger, the small flame in the lamp, the winter dark gathering outside the window, the boards under her feet, the sound of distant footsteps in the lane. Then she let herself think of the farmer who had grown the rice, the merchant who carried the salt, the rain that fed the cabbages, the hands that shaped the bowl. Life, she realized, had not withdrawn as completely as loneliness insisted. Invisible companionship remained everywhere. She still cried a little while eating, but the tears were different. Less like panic, more like thawing. Over the weeks that followed, Sori continued the practice. Not every meal became easy. Some evenings, the chair across from her looked so empty that no amount of mindfulness made the ache disappear. But now the ache did not define the whole room. She began to eat more slowly. She lit the lamp earlier. Sometimes she placed a flower from the roadside in a small jar near the table, not as decoration for a guest, but as an offering to the evening itself. Sometimes she whispered gratitude before beginning. Sometimes she simply breathed until the loneliness stopped demanding interpretation. Then something subtle happened. The table became less a shrine to absence and more a place of practice. The meal remained solitary, yes, but solitude no longer always meant punishment. Some nights it became quiet. Some nights even tender. Some nights the silence around her felt not empty but spacious, as though life were no longer pressing her against the fact of what had gone, but inviting her into the fact of what still remained. Months later, when spring returned and market stalls filled the road below with early greens and pale flowers, Sori noticed that she had just finished an evening meal without dread. Not with joy exactly, but without dread. The realization moved through her like first warmth after a long, cold season. She looked at the empty chair across from her and bowed her head. Not because the loneliness was gone forever, but because it no longer held the same power to name the whole of her life. The Buddha taught interdependence in ways that can seem abstract. Until the heart is lonely enough to need them, nothing exists alone, not even a single bowl of rice. And when loneliness tells us we are cut off entirely, that teaching returns like a lamp. We are solitary sometimes, yes. We lose, we separate, we sit in rooms where no one answers back. But existence itself remains woven breath, food, memory, weather, kindness, earth, all continue to hold us, even when human company grows thin. So the first story leaves us at a small, wooden table lit by one evening lamp where a woman once saw only absence and slowly learned to feel the subtle company of all that still remained. And now, from that house of one bowl and one chair, we move outward to a wider loneliness, to open fields, old age, and a man who began speaking to the wind because there was almost no one left to answer. And in later years, whenever loneliness returned sharply, Sori no longer treated it as a verdict. She treated it as weather. Some evenings were colder than others, some silences pressed harder, some meals reopened memory. But weather changes when it is not mistaken for identity. In this way, her solitude stopped being a courtroom and became more often a practice hall, a place where tenderness was learned not because life was easy, but because life continued quietly enough to be met with honesty.
Story 2. The Old Man Who Spoke Only to the Wind. On the far side of a quiet farming village where the last houses gave way to long grass and open fields, there lived an old man named Taran, who had outlived nearly everyone with whom he once spoke daily. He did not think of himself as lonely at first. Loneliness, in his younger imagination, belonged to abandoned children, widows at dark windows, travelers on nameless roads. He was simply old. That was how he explained the thinning of companionship. Friends died. Neighbors moved closer to their children in other towns. Younger villagers remained courteous but busy. The world did not reject him so much as move onward in rings, from which he now found himself increasingly distant. His house stood alone beside a field of wild grass that changed color with the seasons. In spring, it turned soft green and trembled under rain. In summer, it rose golden and thick. In autumn, it bent under long winds, and in winter, it lay flattened and silvered by frost. Taran spent much of his time mending small things, boiling tea, watching birds, and carrying firewood from the shed. There was enough to do, yet practical tasks do not always protect the heart. The trouble began in the evenings. At dusk, when the fields grew blue and the first star appeared above the western ridge, he would step outside and feel a silence too wide for comfort. In younger years, silence had meant rest after labor. Now it seemed to stretch without answer. No footsteps on the road, no one calling his name from a gate, no lamp in a nearby house waiting specifically for his arrival. So, half without realizing it, Taran began speaking aloud to the wind. At first, he only muttered observations. Cold tonight. Rain by morning. That roof tile needs fixing. The crows are back early. But soon the remarks lengthened. He spoke of his knees, of prices in the market, of dreams from the night before, of his dead brother,
of the soup being too salty, of a girl he had once loved and never married, of how strangely long the afternoons could become in winter. He knew, of course, that the wind would not answer. Yet speaking outward eased something. The air at least received his voice. The field at least heard the shape of it. A life without witness had found, however foolishly, a listener in weather. One evening, a young shepherd boy passing near the field heard Taryn talking and told others in the village that the old man conversed with the wind like a half-mad prophet. This brought a few amused smiles, a few shakes of the head, even a visit or two from curious neighbors who quickly lost interest. Taryn felt the sting of embarrassment, but not enough to stop. Shame is often weaker than loneliness. Then, one late autumn afternoon, a wandering monk came by the field and saw the old man standing with his coat wrapped close, saying something softly into the wind, moving through the grass. The monk waited until Taryn noticed him. Instead of smiling at the oddness, he bowed. "I hope I have not interrupted your conversation," he said. Taryn, startled and embarrassed, nearly muttered a dismissal, but there was no mockery in the monk's face, only warmth, and perhaps a little weariness of his own. So Taryn sighed and replied, "It is not much of a conversation. Mostly I speak. The wind keeps its dignity." The monk laughed gently and asked if he might share tea. Inside the house, they sat near a small stove, whose heat carried the scent of old iron and dry cedar. Taryn poured tea into 2 chipped cups and apologized for their plainness. The monk, whose name was Haku, accepted them as if they were offerings in a temple. They spoke first of ordinary things, roads, weather, the coming cold. Then Haku asked, "And how long have you been speaking to the wind?" Taryn looked into his cup. "Long enough to know it won't tell on me if I cry." The simplicity of this answer settled over the room. There are confessions that become holy because they are so stripped of defense. Haku did not immediately answer. At last he said, "There are worse listeners." Taryn looked up, surprised. The monk continued, "Many people speak only to themselves, and the self can be an unkind audience. The wind at least does not argue." Something loosened in the old man at that. He had expected pity, perhaps correction, perhaps the polished dignity spiritual people sometimes place over ordinary pain. Instead, Haku treated the loneliness as something real and human. Taryn admitted more than he had planned. How the evenings had grown too large. How invisible he sometimes felt. How frightening it was to imagine a life passing without anyone close enough to remember its small details, not the grand events, the little ones. How he liked tea strong. Which field turned silver first in winter? The exact sound of rain on his roof? The fact that he still recalled his mother humming while shelling beans? When no one knows those things, he said quietly, it feels as though a person begins disappearing before death. Haku listened and then asked, "Do you think the field knows nothing of you?" Taryn frowned slightly. The monk pointed toward the window where tall grass moved under the fading sky. "You have walked that path for years. Birds rise when they hear your step. The kettle hangs where your hand always reaches. The woodpile leans according to your strength. The seasons have watched you bow to wind and winter. Loneliness says, 'No one sees me.' Sometimes that is true in the human sense, but the mind, when it hurts, narrows the whole world to that one measure." Taryn did not answer, yet the thought entered him strangely. Not as comfort exactly, as widening. The next morning, Haku helped him stack wood. They worked mostly in silence. The monk was not trying to solve loneliness, he simply shared labor honestly. By midday, they sat on overturned buckets near the shed, eating coarse bread and turnip stew. The sky above the fields was bright and cold. Haku said, "There is a kind of loneliness that closes the heart inward, making it smaller and smaller around its own lack. But there is another kind of aloneness that can become spacious if the heart dares to widen with it. The first says, 'I have no one.' The second asks, 'What is here with me now if I stop measuring only by human nearness?'" Taryn looked across the field. Wind passed in long, visible shivers through the dry grass. A hawk turned slowly above the ridge. Far off, a dog barked and then was still. He realized that in all his speaking to the wind, he had only been pleading against his isolation. He had not yet listened back. After Haku left 2 days later, Taryn continued going outside at dusk. At first he still spoke. Then gradually he did something new. He stood quietly after the speaking ended. He listened to what the wind did in the grass. He listened to geese overhead, to the boards of his porch cooling, to the first insects of evening in warmer months, to the hush of frost settling in colder ones. The field was not company in the usual sense, yet neither was it blank. Life kept sounding around him in forms he had once ignored because he was so intent on the absence of human reply. This did not erase the loneliness. Some nights it returned fiercely. There were evenings when he would have traded all the philosophy in the world for one familiar voice at the table. But now the loneliness no longer had quite the same shape. It was less like a locked room and more like a hilltop in strong wind. Exposed, yes, but also open, one twilight. Months later, a child from the village who had once laughed at the idea of the old man speaking to the wind stopped by the field and asked shyly, "What does it say back?" Taryn nearly answered with humor. Instead, he considered honestly and said, "Mostly that I am still here." The child nodded as if this were enough, and perhaps it was. The Buddha taught that suffering often narrows our view until we see only what is missing. But the path of compassion and awareness widens the frame. Loss remains loss, absence remains absence. Yet existence is not reduced to what has gone. The field remains. The wind remains. The body remains. The breath remains. The world still touches us in subtle ways, even when human companionship thins. So the second story leaves us in a field at dusk, where an old man once mistook loneliness for total abandonment and slowly discovered a quieter companionship in the wider world. And from those open fields, we now enter a different silence. Stone walls, empty halls, and the echo of footsteps in a temple no longer filled with voices. By the time winter yielded to spring, Taran no longer felt foolish for speaking to the wind. He understood that what had once been desperation had slowly become dialogue of another sort, not with a voice returning words, but with a world that could still receive his presence without judgment. The field did not cure loneliness. It taught him width, and sometimes width is the first mercy offered to a heart that has been living too long inside the narrow room of no one is here. Story 3. The monk who found peace in an empty temple. High in the hills where cedar forests leaned into drifting cloud, there stood a temple that had once been full of voices. Bells had sounded there at dawn and dusk. Sandals had crossed its wooden corridors in a constant rhythm. Chanting had moved through the halls like low tide through a cave. Novices had carried water from the spring below. Older monks had swept leaves from the stone steps. Travelers had stopped to rest in the side courtyard. And during festival months, the whole place seemed bright with lanterns and the murmuring of visitors. Then, over several years, the temple began to empty. Some monks were sent to other monasteries. Some died. A storm damaged the western hall, and repairs were delayed for want of funds and hands. A new road through the lower valley drew travelers elsewhere. At last, only one monk remained through the long winter season. A middle-aged monk named Joran, who had spent so many years among communal rituals that he had never truly examined whether his peace came from awakening or simply from the presence of others. At first, he treated the emptiness as practical inconvenience. More sweeping for one pair of hands, more firewood to cut, more roof to inspect, more silence between bells. He told himself solitude would deepen his practice. Many monks, after all, sought remote places on purpose. But aspiration and actuality often meet differently in the body. The first nights were hardest. The temple had always held silence, yes, but it had been living silence. The silence between breaths, between chants, between shared footsteps. Now it became architectural, vast, echoing. Rooms that had once received voices now returned only the sound of his own movement. If he set down a cup in the kitchen, the small knock of clay against wood seemed almost too loud. If wind touched the prayer flags outside, the flutter carried through the halls like the memory of conversation. Joran discovered something he had not expected. He was afraid of the empty temple, not because he believed in spirits, because the absence of others revealed the restlessness he had hidden within collective rhythm. When chanting was shared, his mind seemed calm. When work was communal, his labor felt meaningful. When meals were taken in company, silence tasted holy. But alone, the heart asked difficult questions. Would peace remain without witnesses? Would devotion remain without the shape of daily companionship around it? Was his serenity genuine or only borrowed from the order and warmth of the group? One evening, after lighting the final lamp in the main hall, Joran stood before the Buddha image and felt a wave of loneliness so sudden that he nearly laughed at himself. A monk, lonely in a temple dedicated to freedom from attachment. The irony was almost unkind, yet the ache was real. The temple, once a vessel of community, had become a mirror too clear to ignore. Winter deepened. Snow fell along the outer steps and gathered in silent ledges beneath the eaves. The cedar branches bowed under white weight. Days became pale and brief. At dusk, Joran would move through the temple lighting a handful of lamps in rooms too large for one person. Often he found himself talking softly while doing so, not elaborate speech, only small human murmurings. This room is colder than yesterday. The oil is running low. The hinges should be repaired come spring. The kettle will boil soon. Like the old man speaking to the wind, he was trying in his own way to soften the edges of aloneness. One afternoon, during a break in the snow, an elderly nun from a nearby mountain hermitage arrived carrying dried persimmons and herbs. Her name was Sister Ian. She had known the temple in its livelier years and stood for a while in the courtyard, listening to how quiet it had become. "You are keeping company with a large silence," she said when Joran met her at the gate. He smiled tiredly. "Larger than I expected." They shared tea in the side hall where weak winter light entered through paper screens. Joran confessed more readily than he might have months earlier. The emptiness unnerved him. He found himself listening for voices that would not come. He was ashamed by how much spiritual confidence had vanished, simply because the temple no longer sounded inhabited. Sister Ian did not look surprised. "Many people mistake atmosphere for realization," she said. Joran lowered his gaze. The truth of it was difficult to resist. He had loved the temple's stillness, yes, but perhaps because it had always been accompanied by structure, rhythm, and human nearness. The stillness of true emptiness was another matter. Ian asked him to walk with her through the temple.
They crossed corridors lined with shadow and lamp glow. They stepped into the main hall where incense had long faded, but a trace of cedar and old smoke remained in the beams. They visited the kitchen, the library room, the sleeping quarters now mostly unused. Everywhere the same quiet met them. At last, they entered the western hall, still unrepaired since the storm. Part of the roof had been patched badly. Snow light entered through a high split in the wall and rested on the floorboards like cold silk. He stood there a long time without speaking. Then she said, "Do you know why this temple troubles you now?" Joran answered honestly, "Because it is empty." The nun shook her head gently. "No. It troubles you because it shows you the emptiness you have not yet befriended in yourself." The words moved through him like sudden wind through a corridor. Ian continued, "A crowded place can hide loneliness. A beautiful ritual can hide fear. Even noble silence can hide dependency if the heart relies on outer forms to feel full. This temple has become a teacher. It is taking away what once reassured you so that you may see what remains." Joran looked around the broken hall. Snow light, bare floor, breath in cold air, no audience, no shared chant, no comforting sound of other lives close by, only this, only himself within it. And perhaps that was why it frightened him. Not because the temple had failed, but because it had become too honest. That evening, Ian stayed the night. After the meal, she taught him a practice. "Do not fill the temple with extra sound," she said. "Do not recite merely to cover the emptiness. Sit in the main hall after the lamps are lit. Let the building be exactly as empty as it is. Notice what the heart does. Notice where fear tightens. Notice how the mind reaches for company, memory, noise, idea. Then do not punish any of it. Only remain." He tried. It was harder than long fasting, harder than winter chores, harder than many hours of formal meditation. To sit in a large, empty hall is to discover how quickly the mind wants occupation. It remembered former voices, replayed old festivals, imagined visitors, rehearsed philosophical teachings on emptiness, grasped for any mental object that might keep the heart from feeling the plain exposure of being one small human in a vast, quiet space. But gradually, with nothing to fight and nowhere to flee, another quality began to appear. The hall was empty, yes, yet its emptiness was not hostile. It did not attack him. It simply was. Space, air, wood, lamp flame, breath, faint snow light at the doors. The loneliness he felt still hurt, but the emptiness around that loneliness was not the enemy. If anything, it gave room for the ache to unfold without suffocating him. Ian left the next morning, but the practice remained. Night after night, Joran sat in the hall. Some nights he trembled inwardly. Some nights he cried without fully knowing why.
Some nights old memories moved through him like processions returning for one last bow. Yet some nights too, the temple's emptiness began to feel almost luminous. Not warm exactly, clear. As if beneath the loneliness there existed a spaciousness, not dependent on presence or absence, only on the willingness not to run. By spring, when meltwater began moving again through the stone channels of the courtyard and birds returned to the cedar branches, Joran noticed that the temple no longer frightened him in the same way. He still missed the community that had once lived there. He still felt the tenderness of hearing only one pair of footsteps where many once sounded. But he no longer mistook emptiness for abandonment. The temple had become, in its own severe way, a companion. It held him without speaking. It widened him without praise. It taught him that peace is not always the feeling of being surrounded. Sometimes it is the ability to remain open when there is almost nothing around you that answers back. The Buddha often taught in forests, under trees, in places where the mind could no longer lean on ordinary familiarities. Emptiness, in the deepest sense, is not bleakness. It is the absence of fixed, separate selfhood in all things, the clearing in which clinging softens. Joran did not realize this as theory that winter. He realized it as lived experience. The empty temple stripped away his borrowed reassurance until a quieter peace could begin. So the third story leaves us in a mountain hall lit by a few small lamps, where a monk once feared the silence and slowly discovered that emptiness can become spacious rather than cruel. And from that temple in the cedars, we now travel farther outward, onto roads where loneliness takes another shape. The fear not only of being alone, but of being forgotten. And when much later, a few younger monks returned to help repair the temple, they found Joran gentler than before, less dependent on activity, less eager to fill every silence with instruction. He had learned something the empty hall could teach only by taking so much away. Peace is not merely what remains when the right people gather. Peace is also what can remain when gathering ends and the lamp still burns in a vast room. Story 4. The Traveler Who Feared Being Forgotten. The traveler was not afraid of storms, steep roads, or nights in unfamiliar places. He had crossed enough of them all that fear had learned to choose subtler disguises. His name was Elian. For many years he moved from town to town carrying dyed cloth, small carvings, and letters for those who trusted him more than public couriers. He knew mountain passes, ferry crossings, village inns, and roadside shrines. He knew which roads flooded in spring and which wells turned bitter late in summer. He knew how to sleep under a cart, how to wake before thieves, how to mend a sandal strap with twine
and patience. To most who saw him, he appeared capable and free. But beneath that appearance lived a private fear that followed him more faithfully than any dog or friend. He feared being forgotten. It was not vanity. He did not crave fame. What troubled him was something more tender and less grand. Because he moved constantly, he belonged nowhere for long. People welcomed him, yes. They nodded when he passed, shared food, laughed at small stories, asked about the weather in the next province, but then he left. And by the next season, most of those people had resumed their own lives as though he had been only a brief line spoken in a passing dream. This became hardest at night. In rented rooms, roadside barns, or quiet guest corners of village homes, he would lie awake thinking, if I vanished on one of these roads, who would truly know the shape of my life? Who would remember the songs my mother sang while repairing nets? Who would remember that I hated pears but loved plums? That I once waited 3 hours in snow outside a temple only to hear one sentence that changed me? That there was a scar near my left elbow from falling through winter ice when I was 10? What becomes of a life full of small, unseen details when no one remains to carry them? He understood that all things are impermanent. He had heard monks say so beneath trees and in market sermons. But knowledge spoken outwardly and fear held inwardly often pass by one another like strangers. One autumn he found himself crossing a remote stretch of road between 2 mountain valleys. The map in his mind suggested there should be a village before dusk, yet mist thickened early and the expected roofs did not appear. By the time evening fell, he had reached only a small stone shrine beside a cluster of old pines. Too dark to continue safely, he decided to stay there for the night. The shrine was simple: a roof, 3 walls, a worn statue darkened by age and weather. Someone had left a clay lamp inside with enough oil for an hour or 2. A lion lit it and sat with his pack against the wall while wind moved among the pines outside. The place smelled of dust, cedar resin, and cold stone. As often happened when travel slowed and silence widened, the old fear came. He imagined dying on such a road. Not dramatically, quietly, without witness. Another traveler might find the body. Days later, a few belongings would be gathered. A name, perhaps, if papers remain dry. And then, a small note somewhere maybe, or nothing. Another life passing through the world without roots deep enough to hold memory. The fear wrapped around his chest so tightly that he stood and stepped outside to breathe. Mist moved pale between the pines. The last light had gone from the sky, leaving only a dim glow where the west lay hidden behind cloud. Near the shrine
Seated on a flat stone as if she had grown there with the moss was an elderly woman in plain gray robes. Elian started, then stared. He had been alone when he entered. Yet there she sat, wrapped in a shawl, looking not mysterious, but entirely at home in the cold evening. "Forgive me," he said. "I did not see you." She smiled. "Most people do not see still things quickly." Elian bowed awkwardly. They spoke, and he learned she was a hermit nun named Suyin, who tended the shrine from a hut farther down the slope. Seeing the lamp lit, she had come to make sure the traveler had enough dry wood for the brazier inside. She carried a small bundle of sticks and set them near the doorway. Something about her calm loosened his reserve. Perhaps it was the road, the mist, the strangeness of the hour. Perhaps loneliness grows tired of hiding when it realizes another quiet soul is near. Whatever the reason, Elian found himself telling her what he rarely said aloud. "I do not fear being alone," he said. "I fear leaving no trace in anyone's heart." Suyin listened without interruption. The pines moved softly above them. "At night," he continued, "I think of all the places I have passed through, all the rooms, roads, strangers and meals, so much life. Yet it seems to disappear behind me as soon as I leave. If I vanished, I do not know that anyone could gather the pieces of me well enough to say I was really here."
Suyin bent and picked up a fallen pine needle, turning it once between finger and thumb. Then she asked, "Do you think a pine leaves no trace because it does not remember every breeze?" Elian frowned slightly. She pointed around them. "The path is worn because feet have used it. Stone darkens where hands have touched it. The air of a place changes under years of prayer or anger or grief. Life leaves traces far beyond deliberate memory." He understood her meaning, but not yet enough for it to help. "What good are traces no one names?" he asked. Suyin looked at him with deep patience. "You think existence is validated only by being remembered in detail. But memory itself is impermanent. Even those most loved are not carried perfectly. Names fade. Voices blur, faces thin in the mind. If your peace depends on being held unchanged in someone else's memory, you tie it to something as passing as mist." This was not what he wanted to hear, yet because she said it without hardness, he did not turn away. "Then what remains?" he asked. The nun looked out toward the dark road disappearing between the trees. "Action remains in its consequences. Kindness remains in the hearts it softens, even if your name is lost. Presence remains in the shape it gave a place or a day. Compassion remains. Harm remains. Love remains,
though its forms change. And beyond all of that, there is the freedom of seeing that the self you wish preserved was never fixed enough to be preserved whole. They returned to the shrine and sat by the small brazier while the lamp burned low. Suyin spoke little after that. She only asked him once to name 3 places on the road where he had left something good. At first he resisted, embarrassed by the exercise. But slowly he answered. A bridge repair he once helped complete in a flood season. A letter he delivered to a son just before his mother died, giving them one last meeting. A boy he taught to tie a pack properly so it would stop wounding his shoulders. An old man whose garden gate he fixed without charge. A widow for whom he carried winter coal up a steep lane. As he named these moments, he saw them differently. Not as grand achievements, not as monuments, only as contact, life touching life. Maybe that was enough. Maybe being remembered perfectly was not the measure of whether one had been real. Maybe leaving gentleness in the world was a more truthful form of remaining. That night he slept deeply in the shrine. When he woke before dawn, the brazier had gone cold, and mist had thinned into a pale, pearly light between the pines. Suyin was gone. Outside, the road waited under scattered needles and a silence that no longer felt accusing. Before leaving, he bowed once toward the small statue in the shrine, and once toward the place where the nun had sat. Then he stepped back onto the road. It was still the same uncertain road. His life still rootless in the ordinary sense. Yet the fear in him had loosened. He no longer needed the world to remember him as a complete story in order to trust that he had lived. A life may remain in fragments, in kindness given, burdens lightened, crossings shared, warmth offered in passing. Impermanence does not erase meaning. It changes where meaning is found. The Buddha taught that clinging to a fixed self is itself a source of suffering. Elian's fear of being forgotten came partly from this longing that the world hold his life intact and name him as permanent, but all names fade. All forms pass. Freedom begins not in winning permanence, but in seeing that goodness need not be eternal in memory to be real in the moment it was lived. So the 4th story leaves us on a mountain road after mist, where a traveler once feared he would vanish without witness and slowly learned that not all traces require a name. And now, after roads, shrines, and the long ache of adulthood, we come at last to a smaller and more tender loneliness, the loneliness of a child who believed being alone meant being unloved. From then on, whenever Elian felt the old fear returning on distant roads, he would ask not, who will remember every detail of me, but rather, what trace of kindness can I leave in this day before it passes? The question changed the texture of travel. The road became less a test of whether he mattered and more a field in which meaning could be enacted in passing. He still longed, at times, to be known more deeply, but the longing no longer condemned the whole of his wandering life as unreal. Story 5. The child who learned that solitude is not abandonment. In a village bordered by fruit trees and irrigation canals, there lived a boy named Nilo, whose deepest fear was not darkness, punishment, or storms. It was being left alone in a room too long. Nilo was not neglected in the obvious way. He was fed, he was clothed. When fever came, cool cloths were laid across his forehead. When shoes wore thin, they were replaced. His father worked in the orchards from dawn until after sunset, and his mother helped in a weaving house most afternoons. They loved him in the practical, burdened way many tired adults love their children, sincerely but with too little time and not enough tenderness visible in the hours between duties. Because work consumed the day, Nilo spent many evenings by himself in the small back room of the house while his parents finished chores or spoke quietly over accounts and worries he was not meant to hear. He would sit near the window and watch the last light fade from the trees, feeling the room slowly fill with that particular childhood ache for which there are few words. He did not simply feel alone. He felt left. And in the mind of a child, left often begins to mean unloved. So he developed small habits to protect himself. He spoke to his wooden animals arranged on the floor. He hummed softly to keep the silence from sounding too large. Sometimes he fell asleep gripping the corner of a blanket, as though touch itself could stand in for human nearness. Other times he imagined that if he stayed very still and very good, his parents would open the door sooner. The trouble with loneliness in childhood is that it enters before language matures enough to question it. An adult may say, "They are busy. They will return. This is temporary." But a child feels a simpler equation. No one is here. Therefore, I do not matter enough to be here with. One rainy season, a monk named Tovin came to stay for several weeks in a small hut near the village temple. He was gentle with children and often sat outside after morning prayers, mending robes or peeling fruit, while villagers came and went with questions. Nilo began visiting him not because he sought teachings, but because Tovin did something rare. When the boy spoke, he listened all the way to the end. At first, their conversations were about ordinary things. Frogs in the canal, how many mangoes might ripen before the next storm, whether birds became lonely while flying, why some clouds looked heavy and others looked almost empty. Tovin answered slowly, never as though hurrying a child toward adult seriousness. One evening, after rain had left the temple steps shining dark and the smell of wet earth rose warm from the ground, Nilo stayed longer than usual. The monk's evening bell had already sounded. Fireflies glimmered in the grass beyond the wall. Tovin noticed the boy's silence and asked, "What has come into your heart tonight?" Nilo looked down at his hands. He wanted to answer nothing. Children often learn early that certain sadnesses inconvenience adults. But Tovin waited. The waiting itself felt like permission. At last Nilo said, "When I am alone in my room, it feels like everyone has forgotten me." Tovin's face did not harden with correction. He simply listened. Nilo continued in a rush, now that the door had opened. He said that when his parents were in the other room and did not come quickly, he felt as though he were disappearing. He said silence in the house felt different from silence outside. Outside, silence had birds and wind. Inside, it felt like being put away. He admitted that sometimes he tried not to ask for company because asking and not receiving hurt worse than waiting quietly. When he finished, he expected reassurance of the ordinary kind. "Your parents love you. Do not think such things. You are being too sensitive." Instead, Tovin asked, "When you are alone, what do you believe it means?" Nilo answered immediately because the belief had long been waiting. "That I am not wanted right then." Tovin nodded slowly. "Yes, that is a painful meaning." The monk picked up a small oil lamp from beside the step and lit it. The flame caught and steadied. Rainwater still dripped from the temple roof in slow intervals. He held up the lamp and said, "If I place this lamp in an empty room, is the room abandoned?" Nilo frowned, unsure. "It is still empty." "Yes," said Tovin. "Empty of people, but not abandoned. There is still light. There is still air. There is still space. Sometimes the mind sees emptiness and decides at once that love has gone with it." Nilo listened very carefully. No one had ever separated those ideas for him before. Tovin continued, "Being alone and being unloved are not the same thing. Being quiet and being forgotten are not the same thing. Sometimes adults fail to show love in the way a child can feel easily. That is painful and real, but the heart often adds a harsher story. If no one is here this moment, I must not matter. That story wounds more deeply than the empty room itself." The monk then taught Nilo a simple practice. When alone in his room, he should place one hand on his chest and one on his belly. He should feel the breath moving under both hands. Then he should look for 3 things that proved life was still present with him: the sound of rain, the blanket's warmth, moonlight on the floor, the smell of cooked rice from the kitchen, crickets beyond the wall, anything real and immediate, not to erase the loneliness, only to remind the heart that emptiness is not the whole truth. That night, Nilo tried. He sat in his back room while his parents remained busy in the outer part of the house. The old fear rose almost at once. No one is here. No one is coming yet. I have been left. But then he remembered Tovin's lamp. He placed one hand on his chest, one on his belly. Breath moved. He listened. Rain at the roof. A pan in the kitchen, his mother's footsteps. Frogs in the ditch beyond the house. The rough weave of the blanket against his fingers. No one was in the room, that was true. But the room was not empty of life. And perhaps, he thought dimly, his heart was not empty of love, just because love was clumsy in reaching him. Over time, the practice changed him. He still disliked being alone. He still sometimes cried quietly. But the room no longer meant the same thing. It was not immediate proof of rejection. It became, little by little, a place where he could feel both longing and presence together. Sometimes he would hold his hands to his chest and whisper the three things aloud. Sometimes he lit a tiny lamp. Sometimes he looked through the window at the moon, caught in the canal water, and felt less cut off from the world. Months later, his mother found him one evening sitting calmly in the back room while rain moved in silver lines outside. "What are you doing?" she asked. Nilo answered, "Waiting," but not in the sad way. She did not fully understand, yet the words stayed with her. Perhaps they opened something in the adults too, for slowly, his parents began giving a little more visible tenderness. A touch on the shoulder, a question asked with full attention, a moment longer beside the bed before sleep. These small gestures did not undo the past, but they helped. Still, the deeper change had already begun inside the boy. He no longer believed so quickly that solitude meant abandonment. The Buddha taught that the mind often creates suffering by misreading what is present through the lens of fear. For a child, this happens almost wordlessly. Nilo's loneliness was real. So was his need for warmth and closeness. But the belief that alone meant unloved deepened the wound. Through gentle attention, breath, and honest care, he learned that silence and space can hold life without always signaling rejection. So the fifth story leaves us in a rain-washed room, lit by a small lamp, where a child once believed every empty moment meant he had been forgotten, and slowly learned that solitude is not the same as abandonment. And now, with all these lives gathered softly around us, we come to the end of the night and the final movement from loneliness toward inner peace. As Nilo grew older, he would not remember every sentence Tovin had spoken, but he would remember the lamp, the hands on the chest and belly, the practice of naming what was present instead of surrendering completely to the fear of what was absent. In this way, even childhood loneliness, though painful, became touched by a wisdom he could carry quietly into later years. Silence is not always rejection, and love is not always measured by how often another body stands in the room.
Story 6. The Widow Who Kept the Lamp Burning. After her husband's death, a widow named Lysa developed one ritual she could not bear to abandon. Each evening, just before dusk settled fully across the courtyard, she lit the same oil lamp and placed it near the window where the two of them had once sat talking in the final hour before sleep. The habit began in grief so raw that the body hardly knew what else to do. Light the lamp, set out tea, watch darkness gather, wait, though no one was coming. At first the ritual felt necessary. The lamp seemed to keep love from vanishing too suddenly into the anonymous dark. While the small flame burned, the room still carried some trace of togetherness. The chair opposite hers remained empty, yes, but the light softened the emptiness. It made memory feel closer. Weeks became months, then months became years. Still, Lisa kept the lamp. She no longer set 2 cups every evening, but she still found herself glancing toward the door when wind shifted outside. She still listened for the footstep that would never return. She still felt, beneath the ritual, a quiet bargain with sorrow. If I keep the lamp burning, perhaps the loss will not become fully real. Neighbors regarded the practice with a mixture of tenderness and concern. Some found it beautiful. Others thought it kept her trapped. Lysa herself did not know which was true. The lamp comforted her, yet it also tethered the evening to expectation. She could not tell whether she was honoring love or refusing its change of form. One cold season, a female mendicant named Rena stopped in the village for several nights. She was invited to supper by different households and happened, through some small turn of chance, to be given Lysa's extra room. That first evening, after the meal, Rena watched as the widow trimmed the wick, cupped her hand against the breeze from the door, and lit the lamp with reverent precision. "You light it beautifully," the mendicant said. Lysa smiled faintly. "I have had practice." Rena did not ask at once whom the lamp was for. Some questions are better answered by the room itself. The glow rested on the wooden table, the folded shawl over the spare chair, the steam rising from tea. It was clear enough. Later, when they sat near the window and the village had gone mostly quiet, Rena asked gently, "What do you feel while the lamp burns?" Lysa answered without preparation. "At first, less alone, then more alone." The mendicant nodded. This too was clear enough. Lysa explained that the lamp had once given her comfort, but now it seemed to hold both solace and wound together.
The room glowed warmly, yet the warmth illuminated absence. She could not stop the ritual. Stopping felt like betrayal. Continuing felt like a nightly reopening of the same ache. Rena listened, then said, "There is a kind of loneliness that comes from losing someone, and there is another kind that comes from asking the lost form of love to remain unchanged." The words entered Lysa slowly. The lamp flame moved once, then steadied. "Are you saying I should stop?" Lysa asked, feeling resistance rise at once. "No," said Rena. "I am saying perhaps the lamp is waiting to become something else." That night the two women sat a long time in silence. At length Rena suggested a small shift. The next evening when Lysa lit the lamp, she should not wait for the absent one. She should dedicate the light outward. To all who were grieving, to all who ate alone, to all who kept vigil in quiet rooms, to all who still loved what had changed. In this way, the lamp would no longer burn only for one absence. It would become an offering into the shared loneliness of the world. The suggestion moved Lysa unexpectedly. She had been guarding her grief like a private room. She had not considered that sorrow, without losing its intimacy, could open toward compassion. The next evening she tried. She lit the lamp as always, but before sitting down, she placed one palm near the warmth of the flame and whispered, "For all who are alone tonight." The words trembled as though unused to being spoken. Then she sat and let the room grow quiet. Something changed. Not dramatically. The chair was still empty. Memory remained close. Tears came as before. Yet the loneliness was less tightly sealed around her own story. The lamp no longer said only, "Come back." It also said, "May this light reach where I cannot." In the weeks that followed, the ritual changed shape further. Some evenings she named people she knew were suffering. Some evenings she said nothing and simply imagined the light traveling outward to unseen rooms. The lamp became less a tether to the past and more a bridge between solitary hearts. In serving others inwardly, her own solitude softened. She still missed him, that never ceased. But now the evening light felt less like waiting at a closed door and more like sitting beside love in its altered form. Presence without possession. Tenderness without demand, a little inner warmth that did not need the world to reverse itself before it could be real. The Buddha taught loving kindness not only as generosity toward the happy, but as medicine for the contracted heart. Loneliness narrows suffering into my absence, my room, my loss. Compassion widens the frame. When Lysa let the lamp become an offering rather than an argument with impermanence, her sorrow remained, but it no longer isolated her in the same way. So we leave the widow beside her evening lamp, where grief still glows, but no longer burns only for what is gone. And from that room of patient light, we move to another house where silence itself has become frightening to a man who has forgotten how to hear it without naming it empty. Years later, others in the village began lighting small lamps at dusk during hard seasons, for the grieving, for the sick, for those far from home. None of them knew exactly where the custom had begun. Lysa did not announce it as her teaching, yet her lonely ritual, once folded inward around absence, had opened into a circle of compassion wider than her own room. Such is often the way with suffering truly met. It stops being only personal and becomes a quieter kindness in the world. Story 7. The Potter Who Feared the Quiet House. There was a potter named Ivo who spent his days in the company of turning wheels, wet clay, kiln heat, and the satisfying weight of vessels becoming themselves under patient hands. During the day he was content enough. Clay responded. Water softened. Fire transformed. Bowls emerged from shapelessness. Jars stood drying on shelves in rows that gave the workshop a sense of quiet industry, almost of community. But after he closed the workshop and returned home, another feeling took hold. His house, though modest and well kept, seemed too quiet in ways that clay never was. There was no wheel humming, no kiln crackling, no apprentice asking practical questions, no buyers leaning at the doorway. Only the sound of his own steps, the cup set down, the bed frame creaking when he turned. He had not always feared the quiet house. Once there had been another life there. Conversation while dishes dried, laughter over uneven bowls, the low shared murmur of ordinary evenings. After separation, the workshop remained full enough to occupy his attention, but the house became a place where loneliness waited with great patience. So he stayed longer and longer at the workshop. He told himself there was always more trimming to do, more glaze to mix, more shelves to rearrange. In truth, he was postponing the hour when no more labor could defend him from silence. One spring afternoon, a monk came to commission a set of simple tea bowls for a mountain retreat. He watched Ivo work in respectful quiet and seemed more interested in the way the potter touched the clay than in the finished wares themselves. "You do not rush the shaping," the monk observed. Ivo shrugged. "If I rush, the wall collapses." The monk nodded. "And what do you do when the clay centers badly?" "Loosen the hands, recenter, use less force." The monk smiled slightly, as if hearing a teaching hidden in craft. When the bowls were packed and the payment laid out, he asked one final question. "And what do you do when the house feels too quiet?" Ivo looked up sharply. He had not mentioned the house. Yet perhaps loneliness leaves some mark visible enough to those who have studied suffering closely. He answered honestly, "I stay at the wheel until I am too tired to notice." The monk said, "That is one way to shape a life out of avoidance." Ivo almost bristled, but the remark was too accurate. Instead, he asked, "And what would you suggest?" The monk looked around the workshop. Shelves of bowls, pitchers, plates, all formed from earth and emptiness together. Then he said, "You know already that a vessel is useful because of the space it holds. Why then do you treat the empty spaces in your life as though they have no function except pain?" After the monk left, the question remained. That evening, Ivo returned home earlier than usual. The quiet house met him as always, but now it contained a new image. A bowl is not ruined by its hollow. The hollow is the reason it can receive anything at all. He lit one candle and sat at the table without inventing extra work. At first, the old discomfort came quickly. Too still, too empty, too much room for memory. But then he looked around the house the way he might inspect a newly fired cup. The chair, the wall shadow, the cooled air from the open window, the shape of the room holding him. He realized he had been naming every empty space as failure, when empty space might also be capacity. In the weeks that followed, he began a new practice. Each night he placed on the table one unfinished bowl from the workshop. He would sit with it and notice how clay curves around space without fearing it. The vessel did not resent its own hollow center. It existed by forming around it. Slowly, this image worked on him. Perhaps a life after loss was similar. Not full in the old way, not closed, but not therefore meaningless. A different shape of holding was possible. He still had lonely evenings. Some rooms still hurt, but gradually he stopped calling the whole house empty. It held breath, memory, candlelight, work-stiff hands, resting walls, moon through the window, and a man learning that silence is not always lack. Sometimes silence is the form around which a new inner life can be shaped. The Buddha taught emptiness not as bleak negation, but as the interdependent openness of things. A bowl is made of clay, yes, but also of space. A life is made of contact, yes, but also of intervals where nothing outward answers back. These intervals can wound when resisted, yet they can also become receptive when met with gentleness. So we leave the potter beside one unfinished bowl and one small candle, discovering that the quiet house may not be broken simply because it is no longer crowded. And from that house we move toward a final, softer image of solitude ripening into peace beneath the patient light of the moon. Eventually, some of Ivo's finest vessels took shape. During the very season when he had most feared the quiet house, bowls with wider mouths, teacups of unusual gentleness, jars whose balance seemed almost impossible until held in the hand. He came to suspect that the house, in all its silence, had been shaping him too. Not through comfort, but through space. Not through conversation, but through the honest echo in which a person finally hears what remains when noise has finished. Story 8. The Gardener Who Befriended the Moon. At the far end of the village, where an old stone wall marked the edge of cultivated land, there lived a gardener named Tessa, whose companions were seasons more than people. In spring, she planted. In summer, she watered before dawn and again at dusk. In autumn, she cut back stems, saved seeds, gathered herbs to dry in bundles from the rafters. In winter, she swept leaves from the narrow paths and stood watching moonlight settle on frost as if the earth itself were learning stillness. People liked Tessa, but few knew her closely. She had once longed for a busier life. In younger years, she feared being overlooked, feared evenings without invitations, feared the way solitude exposed every uncertainty. Yet time, grief, disappointments, and many quiet seasons had shaped her otherwise. She was not beyond loneliness, but she had become less frightened by it. One late summer, a woman from the village began visiting the garden after dusk. The woman had recently moved back after a difficult separation and could not endure the long evenings in her family's house. She said the silence there felt like a judgment. Tessa did not offer quick comfort. Instead, she invited her to help in the garden's evening tasks. Together they watered basil, tied up tomatoes, cleared dead leaves from the footpaths. As darkness gathered, the first stars appeared, and the moon lifted slowly above the wall, pale and round and very calm. The woman finally said, "How did you learn not to fear being alone?" Tessa considered before answering. "I did fear it for years. I thought peace would come when the right people stayed, when the right conversation filled the evenings, when the house sounded full enough to prove my life had value. But life does not obey such bargains." She set down the watering can and pointed toward a patch of night-blooming flowers opening in the dimness. "Look at those," she said. "They wait all day in ordinary light. Only when evening comes do they reveal their fragrance. Some parts of life are like that. They do not bloom in company, noise, or constant reassurance. They bloom in quiet." The younger woman stood very still. Moonlight rested on the leaves in silver patches. Crickets sounded from beyond the wall. Water in the basin reflected one trembling star. Tessa went on. "Loneliness says, there is no one here to complete me. Peaceful solitude says, I can be here without fleeing myself. It is not the same thing. The first tightens, the second softens. The shift between them takes time. but it begins when we stop asking every silent evening to become crowded before it can feel safe. The two women continued walking the paths. At one point, Tisa paused beneath a pear tree and simply listened. The younger woman did the same. There was the rasp of insects, the soft brush of leaves, a distant dog, someone closing shutters far off in the village. The night was not empty at all. It was full of subtle presences that only appeared once the louder world quieted. Over many evenings, the younger woman returned. She learned to notice how the moon changed shape without losing its nature. She learned to feel the coolness that gathers near stone after sunset. She learned to sit on the garden bench without immediately reaching for distraction. Some nights she still cried. Some nights the old loneliness returned fiercely. But there were other nights when she felt, for a few breaths, that solitude itself could be kind. Tisa explained it this way. A garden cannot bloom by being crowded from edge to edge. There must be space between roots, space for air, space for moonlight, space for rain to reach the soil. The heart is similar. It suffers when all space is interpreted as loss. But space can also be where quiet beauty enters. When autumn came, the younger woman noticed something surprising. She no longer rushed to leave after sunset. She had begun to love one small hour of solitary evening at home, when she would light a lamp, make tea, and sit by the window, with no need to fill the silence at once. Nothing miraculous had happened. Her life was still imperfect, yet she had crossed a threshold, almost without seeing where it lay. She was no longer only enduring aloneness. She was beginning to inhabit solitude. The Buddha often pointed people back to direct experience. A leaf, a breath, a bowl, a sound in the night, because wisdom grows there more reliably than in abstraction. Tisa's garden taught this slowly and season by season. Peaceful solitude is not an argument won against loneliness. It is a ripening, a patient trust that the heart can remain open even when no one else is speaking into the room. So the final story leaves us in a moonlit garden where quiet has become fragrant rather than fearful, and where the lonely heart begins at last to understand that not all empty spaces are wounds. Some are simply where peace has room to bloom, and perhaps that is why visitors often left Tisa's garden differently from how they entered. The place did not distract them from loneliness. It did something subtler. It showed that stillness can hold beauty without hurry, that a quiet life need not be an impoverished one. Moonlight on leaves, water in a basin, the fragrance of herbs after dusk, such things do not replace human closeness, but they can remind the lonely heart that existence is not barren simply because it is quiet. And now the night has grown quiet around us. The market road has dimmed. The open field has given its last sound to the wind. The mountain temple rests in lamp glow and cedar shadow. The long road has disappeared into mist. The child's small room is warm with breathing and rain. We have traveled through many forms of loneliness tonight. The loneliness of one bowl on a wooden table. The loneliness of old age, standing in a field too wide for easy comfort. The loneliness of empty halls where voices used to gather. The loneliness of roads that fear no one will remember they were walked. The loneliness of a child who mistakes silence for rejection. Each story has touched a different wound. Yet beneath them all runs one quiet teaching. Being alone is painful. When the heart takes aloneness as proof that love has ended, the suffering deepens when the mind says, "Forgotten, I am cut off. Nothing reaches me here, no one remains." But Buddhist wisdom invites another seeing. Not sentimental, not forced, simply wider. It reminds us that even in solitude we remain woven into life. Breath enters without asking permission. The body is held by earth, air, and time. Food comes from countless visible and invisible hands. Memory, weather, trees, fields, bells, moonlight, rain, all continue to touch us. And within the heart itself, there is a capacity to remain present that does not depend entirely on constant company. This does not mean loneliness is unreal. It does not mean the empty chair is easy, or the silent house painless, or the absent voice suddenly unneeded. It only means that loneliness is not the whole truth. There is also interconnection. There is also awareness. There is also the possibility that solitude, when held gently, becomes less a punishment and more a quiet room in which the soul can breathe. Before sleep comes, let us rest in that possibility, not as an achievement, not as something to force into the heart, only as a softer way of being here tonight. Feel the body where it rests, the weight of it, the temperature of the room, the contact of cloth against skin, the rise and fall of breath. Take one slow breath in and let it go. Another and let it go. If loneliness is here tonight, do not argue with it. Do not shame it. Loneliness is often only love, with nowhere obvious to land. Place a little kindness around it, not all your strength, only a little kindness. If the mind says, "No one is here," widen the frame gently. Notice what is here: air, breath, darkness, the bed beneath you, the sound of far traffic, rain, insects, a fan, or silence itself. the fact of being alive in this moment. These are not replacements for human closeness, but they are not nothing. Remember too the difference between loneliness and solitude. Loneliness contracts. It says, I am cut off. Solitude opens. It says, I am here. And perhaps tonight, even if only for a few breaths, the heart can move a little along that path, from contraction toward space, from ache toward gentleness, from the fear of emptiness toward the quiet mystery of simply being. The Buddha taught that attachment gives rise to sorrow and fear, and that clinging to what changes will always wound the heart. Yet he also taught compassion, not only for others but for the suffering mind itself. So be compassionate with your loneliness tonight. Do not demand that it disappear before sleep. Let it rest beside you without naming the whole of you. Imagine a lamp in an empty room. The room is still empty of people, and yet there is light. Imagine a field at dusk. The field is wide and solitary, and yet the wind moves through it like quiet companionship. Imagine an empty temple hall. No voices fill it, and yet space itself feels holy. Imagine a road after mist. No one may remember each footstep, and yet kindness still remains where it has touched the world. Imagine a child in a small room, placing one hand on the chest and one on the belly, discovering that silence is not the same as abandonment. Let those images drift softly now. No need to hold them. Only let them pass through the mind like lanterns on dark water. May the lonely heart feel a little less forsaken. May the solitary room become a little less cold. May the breath remind you that life is still moving through you with patient tenderness. May what feels empty grow a little more spacious. May peace come not as noise or distraction, but as a quiet belonging to this moment, exactly as it is. And if sleep comes soon, let it come gently, like moonlight over a still floor, like rain settling dust, like a bell whose sound fades into the night, but leaves the air somehow softer than before. And if sleep comes slowly tonight, let it come slowly. The moon never hurries the garden. Dawn never forces the birds. Some kinds of peace arrive only after the heart has stopped bargaining with the dark. So rest if you can. And if you cannot rest all at once, then simply be held by this moment a little longer until stillness grows gentle enough to receive you. Good night. And if there is one small prayer to carry from these stories, perhaps it is this: may I not mistake silence for rejection. May I not mistake emptiness for worthlessness. May I not mistake solitude for proof that love has left forever. May I learn gently and in my own time to rest where I am without feeling erased by the stillness around me. For the heart does not heal by being told it should need nothing. It heals by discovering that even what is missing does not cancel what is here. A breath is here. A body is here. Awareness is here. The possibility of compassion is here. And somewhere always, life is touching life in ways the lonely mind does not immediately know how to count.